The thing, organic physiology kind of sucks sometimes. Oh, God. Body, why? Also, prepare for 1,000 pings. Well, that wasn't exactly what I was expecting, but that works too. Ah, there we go. Aw. There's so many cute messages in my chat. Hey, cuties. Hey, Dan. Hey, Night Gosling. Okay. Pinged. Yeah, tonight's gonna be pretty much non-stop head MD gaming today. Head very full. Head very, very, very full. Ow. Sneefa. Oh, puppy kiss. That one's cute. Alright. And then we hit this button. What's this? What's this black screen behind me? What could it be? Is it this game? Oh, I feel like I messed that up. Hold up. We can't start a Dragon Quest stream. Pause. Audio. Volume. We can't start a Dragon Quest stream without listening to that theme song, because it's important. Reset. Now, I don't remember the last time I actually used the in-game save. I want to say it was actually the previous play sessions. This is not going to be accurate, per se. Oh yeah, no. This is where we actually are. Level 23. And the reason that we're not using the built-in audio for the game for most of this is that unfortunately, it does not play well with me doing the fast forward. So we're going to kind of override it, and we're going to listen to other fun music. Nyanj. Ooh, ooh. Do we have to make a Nyanj emote? I like this idea. Ad starts in 3 minutes. Fine. We run the ad. I hit all these buttons. There we go. Cool. Oh wow, that's still pretty loud. Okay. That is not that is much more than I can ignore. It cannot be done. It cannot be visually manifested. Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay. Where was I? Let's see here. Right, I was grinding against the enemies right outside the gates to the Dragonlord's castle, and things were starting to finally get easy. What does Inyan look like? Scientists have worked for generations. Wow, I forgot just how much like health and mana I've gained in the last 5 levels. This is wild. Like, I have a lot of health compared to what I would normally consider a lot of health, plus an additional 100 points. Like, that's a lot. That word's still asleep. Got the blue armor. Oh, in the game? Yeah. Yeah, hmm. How about this? I will think about whether or not I want to show off my own actual art. Like, I know that you're currently looking at my art, but I mean, 2D sketchbook art, because the problem is it's on lined ruled notebook paper, because that's just kind of the way that I learned how to draw and the way I learned how to operate with that. I think I may have figured out what's bothering this new camera. Last night it was really wobbly, and I had to change the frame rate and recording on it. And now I think that it may be that just behind me over there, there's a pink light that might be upsetting it on the infrared spectrum. Okay. But yeah, in my actual sketchbook, I have Lodo's armor that I've drawn in my style. So Akira Toriyama's art in my style. I can't believe I just said that in such a Midwestern way. Akira Toriyama, I'm so sorry. I love how happy these little green dragons are. Something about the wyverns. Oh, courage and wit have served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. Thy power increases by 3. Thy response speed increases by 4. Thy maximum health increases by 5. Thy maximum magic increases by 8. Nice. But yeah, something about the wyverns. They look like Donald Duck to me. Very nice. One-shotting wolves. So we have 20,000, 23,000 more experience to go before we max out. But we are getting there. It's just going to take a bit. And it's like, it has accelerated to a much higher rate than it was before. We jumped 8 levels in the last stream. And we don't even have that many to go now. This game has so many encounters per minute. Well, it has encounters per step. So we're currently in the highest level area of the game, or highest level, top floor of the highest level dungeon in the game. So right now the average encounter rate is about a 1 in 4, but that number varies with literally every step. And every time I turn, that changes a bit in this game. Like, time doesn't matter in this case, but what the player does in between. So, opening your inventory and closing it can actually qualify in some games as an interaction. And like, for normal gameplay, a person that's running this on original console and cartridge, you won't notice this in most cases, especially if you only play like an RPG every once in a while. But if you look at the mechanics of it, you can literally save state in a spot where you know that you're going to get attacked on the next turn, rotate, and walk a different direction, and that'll change it. And it wasn't really noticeable in this game, but in I want to say it was Final Fantasy II, it's really bad. Where if you are playing with anything that can save scum, it will break the game. But yeah, we're averaging anywhere from like 4 to about 12 steps before an encounter. That one was just literally 1 step. But you can also decrease the percentage value per step of an encounter occurring by using spells like Repel in this. Which does not act as like a guaranteed you're not going to run into something or a guaranteed it's going to take at least this many turns. It is just a wild card. It's just like Pokemon in that sense, yeah. Oh no. One sec. That max health of 170 is also really nice. Like, that is such a huge buffer that I don't need to heal in between battles that I get hurt heavily, because I know that my overall regeneration is going to catch up. Oh, that one's dangerous. There we go. There's a major part of my brain that just like, I need to go boot Signalis right now. I need to go save Space Wife. I need to go do that speed run of the base game right now. Right now. I need to go save her. And like, that's gonna be like a 2-stream deal. I mean, I might be able to do it in one, but do I really want to do that to myself? Is breathing fire. Oh wow, we actually dropped down to double digits. Problem solved. This is the first time I've had to cast a spell this entire adventure. Definitely having that unstoppable force moment. Oh wow. Those Axe Knights hurt. Don't get too cocky. Insert instructions unclear joke. The layers. It's gonna layer. I also want to point out, thank you for everybody's support. You don't know it yet, but in the process of me cataloging things, we are officially in season 4 of my series if we're running 25 episodes per season. Like, if this were an anime, we have hit season 4. Feels good. And there's been distinctive shifts in my style and methodology and art and everything about roughly every 25 episodes, so it has worked really well. Also, I'm happy to report I have made it back from Micro Center today. My wallet completely ruined, but we finally got some upgrades for the stream, and theoretically, for my video processing and avatar editing work later. I, I'm so happy that I was able to actually like invest in upgrades for this laptop. It's been so good. I'm gonna quadruple the onboard RAM. Hey there, Cobra. Good to see you. Welcome back. We on that grind. I burned my brain last night doing Signalis, running through Lovecraftian horror. So today we're doing some No Thoughts Head Empty and a little bit of grinding. And whenever I decide that it's time, we'll run our way down into the dungeon and go fight the Dragonlord. But hey, now that we got the cartographer in the party, this is going to be a lot easier. You've memorized all of the castle. Hell yeah. That's pretty cool. I'm trying to remember, do I have... Whoop. Yeah, I got enough keys to explore. I'm just going to randomly explore. Huh? Huh. That's neat. Well, that was a good number. 455555. That just takes me back over here, doesn't it? That's amazing. I like the way that it sends you back. Been playing Dragon Quest Randomizer lately. Seeds take at most 3 hours. Everything goes faster. Really fun. That sounds like fun. Might have to try that. Cobra, have you ever played Half Minute Hero? Or One Way Heroics? Both of which are very heavily inspired by Dragon Quest. Like, not the series, but by the original Dragon Quest. Harrison Wood has served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. Thy power increases by another 9. Thy response... Oh, it's level 24, that's why. Thy response speed increases by 2. Thy max health by 4. No mana. And that makes sense. Power increased by 9. Wow. To put that in perspective, Erdrick's sword has an attack power of 28. 1/4 of the damage. Have not. Okay. So, actually, I might need to play Half Minute Hero at some point on stream because that's one I haven't done for the group here yet. And I'm not even sure if it's a rhythm game or if it's a casual game. It's a strange little RPG. But One Way Heroics is a really fun take on the idea of, you know, that level in Super Mario, or any level in Super Mario 3 where the screen starts moving to the right and it pushes you forward, and usually it'll push you off a ledge if you don't start doing stuff? Same idea, but in this case, if the back wall touches you, you die. And you don't get to find out why that is until you've been doing stuff for a while in the game. Because it is a roguelike, well, it's a roguelite. And you can drop items off at the end of a run into a chest to be picked up by future characters. And I've been playing that one now for a while. I still haven't actually beat the official ending C on the game, which was the last challenge that we were working on the last time I was playing it. I might have to do that again soon too. That's a little bit of a blast. But being a roguelite, like, it's intended that you're going to probably lose, or that that you're going to end up losing often, and that is mechanically built into the game in a way that makes sense. Just 2-shot of Blue Dragon. That's amazing. Don't really play RPGs a lot. All I've played is this game for the first 3 Final Fantasy games. That's a solid selection. Dang. I have not really made it far in the second one, besides I think I got to where Minwoo was in the party, and then I just got horribly lost. And the translation I had of the game at the time was like very sparsely. The information just wasn't there, and I could not figure out where to go. And it was early internet, so it was an era where I couldn't just go to GameFAQs because that website didn't exist yet. Wow, that's a weird thought. An era before them. An era before happypuppy.org. Was it org? That was like the first place that I learned about cheat codes, and where I learned about Duke Nukem cheat codes. But yeah, I've played a little bit of Final Fantasy 3, but again, that one, Happy Puppy. Here, let me look. Let me see if it's still a thing. Don't try to go to that website. Let me do the damage here if we're gonna do any. Oh, that's not a real website anymore. Let's see. Incorporated. Back in the 90s, it was a go-to for gaming facts, walkthroughs, reviews, etc. They've changed things up a bit. The content of this page cannot be displayed. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Yeah. So it was like GameFAQs, but way before GameFAQs was a thing. Also, I love that one highlighted it because puppy. It's really funny. Like way back in the day, I remember having a website on the Dell. I just noticed this room appears to be the shape of Loto's crest. Hold on a sec. Huh. I think it is. Whoa, you look scary. You hit as hard as I do, and you heal as well as I do. These guys suck. Good to know. The spell will not work, just hurt more it. The spell will not work. We're gonna die. Not that it really matters. We don't lose anything at this point for doing so. Oh, we're good. Heal more. I have to learn how to fight them eventually. 65 and 124. That's some good experience. It is dodging. This is just a big square room? Full of wizards? I'm down. I'll fight a room full of wizards. Chronic illness, dog. Ow. Apologies, folks. My body's really fighting me today. Okay. I actually do remember that room. That's funny. Let's just run. Oh, this is a problem. Okay. But yeah, I actually do remember this room. Hey there, it's that guy. Look at that guy. Look at him. Dance. Oh. That guy. It's Frieza. It's Lord Frieza. Hey, Vegeta. Oh, God. Sometimes you have to be the Lord of all goats. Wow, Gamer vision allowed me to just bypass the treasure room. But I want to go to the treasure room. A red dragon. Wow, that thing hits hard. Good experience, though. What do we got here? Ah, I found an herb. I should use those. The cursed pelts. I found it. So tempted to use it. Alright, what else we got? I was found the wings. That's nice. Gain some money. Magic key. Also handy. Another herb. Very nice. What a nice little room. Okay. Okay. Wow. Yeah. It's outside. Huh. Well. Oh, phone's going off. This thing is still giving me issues. That's so sad. But I guess even a wraith could still do that if it didn't just run away. That felt pretty powerful, being able to, like, take out a red dragon. We jamming. We powerful. This song is so weird, but it works. It is fairly the epitome of no thoughts head empty. This jerk finally able to just take out a demon knight relatively easily. What is that emote? Donkwalk? Oh, okay. Kind of matches the music too. That's funny. It's the War March. Oh, I hate that I'm actually like probably the ideal target audience for a product like Mocapi because I'm not. I don't. I don't want to rely on a Sony product. I get the feeling it's not going to play well with other things, even though it's specifically for what I'm doing exactly right now. Hmm. 50 experience per each one of those wizards, and they're so much easier to kill than the Red Dragon, which are 100 experience. There's a certain threshold where, like, ease of murder, in this case, greatly makes up for the experience value only being half. Additionally, we're almost at a point of being able to just consistently one-shot a lot of these. Grinding, so fun, so grindy. Grind our face into the flour mill. Only 18,000 more experience to go. I mean, last time I said that, it was like only 28,000, so we're really cruising here. I think, because I do intend on doing some other RPGs. I wonder if I can find a copy of Star Ocean 1. Because that's one that I've never played, but I'm interested in. But also knowing just how in-depth Star Ocean 2 is, I wonder if it compares. And I have never played it. I've never been able to successfully find anything, but like we're also now 25 years in the future from the last time I think I made a real substantial attempt, so quarter of a century. What happened? About to break 50,000. Courage would have served thee well. Thy power increased by 4, thy response speed increased by 4, health by 6, and mana by 7. Nice. Wow, we are hitting substantially harder. I received message. There's no way for me to check though. This takes 2 hands to do. I mean, I guess I can. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh no, wrong button. This is why it's difficult to do this with one hand and check my messages on the other. It's very unprofessional. Very unprofessional. Unfortunately, it's from people that are also trying to do art things with me that I'm trying to make plans with. One sec. Okay. So I'm assuming the next few levels are basically spread out about one every, what, 4,000 experience? The last one being a jump towards like 8,000, I'm assuming. Something like that. Ba 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 bum. Ba 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 da bum. Ba da ba ba da bum. Ba 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 da bum. Ba da ba ba da bum. Oh, no. My ribs are so mad at me. I love how bright that guitar is. It has a real, like, footy-cooty feel to it. Mm. It's kind of spinning around in circles in this lobby, murdering whatever walks down this hallway. Oh, what's that? A wizard reporting into the Dragonlord? Slash. A dragon? Squish. A werewolf? Ah, get out of my way. Stab. Like, listen to this shooting gallery music for this situation. They really liked using the sound palette for a while, didn't they? Courage and Wit is... So it really is every 4,000. That's funny. Their power increases by another 7. Nice. More health, more mana, a little bit faster. Smash. We've almost made it to 10k away, which means that we've done at least 12k in leveling today. And we're only an hour in. Just non-stop grind. Oh, I need to take ibuprofen. That was something that I set as a goal for myself when I got home. And then as soon as I got home, I immediately made dinner and then got set up to do stream. Hey everybody. This is the official alert. Take your meds. I'm stopping everything right now to do so. Bloody hell. Why am I so tired today? And what? I have managed to confuse myself. Oh, is there over there? Okay. Yeah, we've done 12k worth of experience grinding just tonight, within about 45 minutes of actual gameplay, because the first... What am I running over here? The first 10 minutes of any of my stream is usually that starting screen as well. which I need to decide if I'm going to leave those in the VOD while I'm working. Because I didn't implement those until like later. I want to say like season 2 or 3. And they make a major difference on my capability to get ready and get focused in time. Like, I fully understand why they're in place now. I just don't necessarily want to have like a half-hour lead up in some cases, like when we do our bigger, more important story streams, as part of the YouTube pod necessarily. I don't know. Things that I haven't considered, I'm not entirely sure. When I'm watching a long playlist of somebody else's stuff in the background and they have it in there, like, it doesn't bother me. And maybe that's what I should be doing, is like looking at whether or not it bothers me. But I might be the person who's like completely off her rocker here and not be rooted in reality in this case. I don't know. Also, I want to point out, I'm really glad that I've got all these variations that I've been working on for the avatar stuff, because we are about to hit the 200 follower mark, which I did not expect to get closing the gap quite so quickly. Thank you, everybody, for all the support. This has been absolutely amazing, and I couldn't do it without your help. So thank you all. Hey there, Milky Taro. Welcome in. We are running down a hallway and murdering everything that comes through it. It is so weird how much my avatar moves when I chew. I don't know why she does that. I wish she didn't. It's really weird. Now I have myself curious, because I was digging around in VC Paste earlier. Let's see if we can do a thing here. Hybrid lip sync tracking, yes. No wind effect for chest spring bones, please. Normalize mouth blend shape sums? We'll try that. Virtual camera, iPhone, animate jawbone. That makes absolutely no difference. Okay, well, a test was done, an experiment was run, and it didn't work. We move on. Very bouncy dog. It was all because I would like nothing more than to enjoy my crunchy chips while sitting on the Dragonlord's throne. Take the throne. There is nothing to take here, Sandwife. I think there's one thing I can take, and that's a screenshot. Over here to gaming real quick. Origin would have served. How did I guess that so cleanly? Like, I'm not looking at a chart. I just was like, looking at this, probably this much. Thy power increases by 5. Thy response speed increases by 7. We got the zoomies again. Thy maximum hit points increase by 6. Thy max mana by 5. The next one's gonna be 62,000 or 61,000. And the last one being 5,536 experience to get to. It's dodging. Something weird going on with my chair here. Hmm. I'm wondering if I'm like on top of something with one of the wheels here, and that's why it's doing that. Like T minus 2 episodes till my chair just collapses out from under me, I guess. Thou hast done well in defeating the wizard's lizard. Yet, yet another game that I need to actually come back and play through and try and beat on stream is the Wizard's Lizard. It's a fun little Binding of Isaac like, without the absolutely oppressive, grotesque atmosphere. And having abstract thoughts about how I want to make armor. I like this silly Toriyama Curious thing going on in on like the axe armor there. It's very much something that has influenced my style in how I did this armor. I would like to go a little less Toriyama, a bit more Metzen, honestly, because I think that the aesthetic of like overly decorated with tattoos is neat and all, but I'd like to see that same aesthetic applied to other things like being covered in chains, in a less e e-girl sense and more I'm increasing my armor class literally one strand of chain link at a time because I'm scrapping together whatever I can. Hey there, Filton. How's it going? Hope you're having a good morning. What's your breakfast? You like it? Good. I'm glad that you like the cartoony super style on the current armor. I don't know. Maybe I just need to make like a bunch of suits of armor because I think I have a better idea of how to do it. Just woke up and you're dead. Oh no. Hmm. Closer way to that next level. 60,000. So probably pretty close here. Like any moment now. Okay, so it's not 61,000. Will it be 62,000? Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. As we get closer to that last level, I'm going to switch it back over to normal gameplay speeds, and we're going to enjoy the ambiance and do a little bit of a tour before hitting the last battle. Because I want to enjoy the music and stuff too. Also, the fact that I managed to just stumble my way down to the Dragonlord's lair while not actually leveled up all the way was kind of funny. Just like, oh, there he is. Hey, did my music just die? Hold up. Hold up. What happened? Somebody set up us the bomb. I also want to do more, like, fancy dresses and stuff. Something that's got, like... Well, I can't apply fabric physics of any sort to anything until after stuff's been put into, like, Unity or Blender. Because until then, all the fabrics are just, like, stiff. They're weird, like, cardboard, paper doll kind of deal. Which is why I'm able to, like, craft and shape it the way I want to, because weirdly enough, I kind of look at it as a extension of, like, working in sheet metal or cardboard. Because I used to do, like, the paper craft thing and making, like, cardboard armor. Also, when I went to the Ren Fair, there was a pair of people that were walking around in, like, full body coverage plate armor, but it was all cardboard. And they had taken the time to actually deco it out. It was really cool, very ornate. It was very fun. And just kind of reminded me of the same way that I've gone about making my designs for Vroid. Thou art asleep. Thou art still asleep. Thou art still asleep. Sandwife awakens. Oh, I need to capture that as a thing. I need to capture that as a thing. Axe Knight, cast that on me once more, that I may capture it. I am a blue mage. Courage would have served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. Thy power increases by 4. Thy response speed increases by 5. Thy maximum hit points increase by 5. Thy maximum magic points increase by 10. Very nice. Hurt more. That one's a good one. Okay. I'm done messing around now. I can actually, like... Let's see, 62, 491. We still have essentially 3,000 experience. Okay, not anymore. But, about 2,000-ish. A little more than that. Before we max out. So, still have some more grinding to do. Also, I was kind of hoping that by this level I'd be able to one-shot the Star Wyverns. Those guys suck. Yes, yes, burn up all of your mana points. That's actually a thing that they added in later Dragon Quest games, is the enemy does actually have recorded mana, and there are some enemies that by default never have enough mana to cast a spell that they know, but they'll keep trying to cast the spell anyways. Like, it's an interesting, like, behavioral quirk that they purposefully implemented into the game. Oh, didn't mean to run. I got distracted looking at my own stream. No! Okay, thank you. I don't know why I keep accidentally trying to run. Those are the ones that actually like give good experience for cheap, and I keep running from them. That's like the 8th or 9th time I've done that tonight too. Hmm. Oh, we're almost there. We are almost there. We are almost there. Just about 1,000 experience to go. I'm kind of curious if the king actually says anything if you get to max level. Like, because one of the things that he said is like, when you get to the next level, come talk to me again. And every time that you do, he tells you what you need for your next level. So I'm curious what happens if you talk to him at level 30. All right, folks. We are 400 experience away, which means just a couple more fights. So we're going to switch over to normal speed and turn off the no thoughts at MD and enjoy the ambient music. Ah. First, I got to get myself resituated here. Okay. Game. Audio. Audio. Volume. Boop. Oh, right. So, here's that original movement speed. And this is exactly why we played it at ultra high speed. Beautiful game, just a little slow, even at the highest render text speed that the game was designed to run at. The green dragon attacks thy hit point and decreased by 1. The dragon did 1 damage. That is wild. Okay. Six, 5, 4, 1, 3. 6, 5, 4, 5 something. As soon as this one dies. I appear to have misplaced my joint like a fool. 6, 5, 4, 5, 6. Less than 100 experience. No, exactly 100 experience. Oh, that's weird. 6, 5, 5, 3, 6? FF. The point's FF. 6, 5, 5, 3, 5. Thou hast done well in defeating the Star Wyvern. Courage and wit have served thee well. Thou hast been promoted to the next level. Thy power increases by 5. Thy response speed increases by 9. Thy maximum hit points increases by 10. Hey there, Busta. Thy maximum mana increases by 10. We just hit maximum level for this silly little game. Is it Chatterina that's giving me? There we go. Okay. That's it. That's as far as it goes. Whoop, wrong button. So we will go outside. But nothing happened. Return? Ah, okay. Alright, King Lorik. I think it's Lorik. Tell me, what great wisdom do you hold, now that the ancient Imperial Scrolls of Honor? I am greatly pleased that thou hast returned, Sandwife. Thou art strong enough. Why can thou not defeat the Dragonlord? Wilt thou tell me how now of thy deeds, so they won't be forgotten? Thy deeds have been recorded on the Imperial Scrolls of Honor. Dost thou wish to continue thy quest? Goodbye now, Sandwife. Take care and tempt not the fates. That's also going to be a clip that I want to hold on to. Okay. Gwaylin, what's up? Yeah. Me too. Alright. We've done it. From here, we can drop by in Brecconary. Have a nice breakfastary in Brecconary. After a little napinary. Thou seems to have spent a good night. I shall see thee again. Yes, you shall. See you soon. And now the long walk back, where everything runs from us. Now, the spell return later becomes Town Portal, so, like, it's still called Return, but allows you to specify where you want to go. It's not just a one-way back to the starting town. You could theoretically, if this were a later game, just warp over to, like, Rimeldar or Garenham. 76. Wow. Unstoppable force. Hello. Lunatic, that's what those are called. The Druids. Weird little bug thing. Let's just go. I don't need the extra 3 mana that I spent on Radiant. Let's just go. Nice. 117 damage. Very nice. Wow, that is a scary amount of damage. A skeleton we just fought? That was all that was left of the warlock. A square wolf. Look at that mouth. I just noticed the claws on it are also blue. I suppose I could also, at this point... Sure. Yeah, it looks like we're on our way in here. I know that I accidentally stumbled in, but direct directions would also be greatly helpful. Middle staircase. You got it. Also, thank you for the help, Cobra. Go around the path until you see a staircase. Wow. I just realized I don't have to fight these anymore. I can just run away. I have all the experience I need. None of this matters. Wow, the encounter rate down here. On average, you get 3.65 encounters on this floor. I've already got 6. Well, we're up to 7 now. Also, the fact that you know that is wild! That's so cool! Okay. So let's go around. That's funny, the Erdrick sword is back. Yep. Around the circle. No, don't fight. Oh, ah. Well, at least it's not doing very much damage. Yay, I just got a message from Nom saying we're gonna do RimWorld multiplayer sometime. That's gonna be a mess. Okay. All the way to the left. And down. Wow, that guy went for everything. I didn't get a chance. Was this the one where I just went left here? Up and around to the left. Nice. I'm in the right spot. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Dang. Ooh, that music. Ow. Left and around. Good. Wow, this guy is a problem. I'm very unlucky. Wow, the attack power on that red dragon is something. On average, there's 6.68. You have 5. Make that 6. Make that 7. Make that 8. And that's with repel on. Make that 9. Here we go. Talk to this guy.
Welcome, Sandwife. I am the Dragonlord, King of Kings. I've been waiting long for one such as thee. I give thee now a chance to share this world and to rule half of it if thou wilt stand beside me. What sayest thou? Will the great warrior stand with me? Thou art a fool!
A Dragonlord draws near. Does stop spell work on this guy? Is there any point to trying to hit him with stop spell? Or hurt more? Just attack. Okay. Thou hast done well in defeating the Dragonlord. Secret music! I love it!
The Dragonlord revealed his true self. Command?
Oh. Bum 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 bum. This guy will do up to 48 damage. Always use heal more if your health is under that number, and otherwise just attack. You got it! There's that 48 damage you just mentioned. Thou hast done well in defeating the Dragonlord. I did not expect his health to be that low. Oh, that music was so good. Thou hast found the ball of light. Radius streams forth as thy hands touch the object and hold it aloft. Across the land spreads the brilliance until all shadows are banished and peace is restored. His health is only 165? Yo. Which is hard if you're on, say, level 19, but at level 30 it just takes a few swings. Yeah, that makes sense. Huh? I expected the ball of light to actually be in my inventory, but I guess not. Come now, King Lorik awaits. So there's this other guy that's like really mad at me because I rescued Gwaelin. Wow, everybody just says, come now, King Lorik awaits. Oh, the guards lined up for me! The legends have proven true. Thou art indeed the line of Erdrick. It is thy right to rule over this land. Wilt thou take my place? Sandwife thought carefully before answering. I cannot, said Sandwife. If I am ever to rule a country, it must be a land that I myself find. Gwaelin said, Please wait. I wish to go with you on thy journey. May I travel as thy companion? I'm so happy. And thus the tale comes to an end, unless the dragons return again. Congratulations, thou hast restored peace unto the world, but there are many roads yet to travel. May the light shine upon thee. Oh, you got an ad right at the end? I'm so sorry. I'm gonna just kind of sit back and enjoy the music for a minute, because this is so nice. It's a cute little reward. Speaking of cute little rewards, where's my sketchbook? Let's see what I can do about finding a thing. Bear with me one moment. Was it on this sketchbook that I did it? Gosh, it's not this one. This is my Signalis notepad. Oh. Hold out my tome of sketchbooks now. Let's see. Hey, hey, lady. Why are you upset? Yeah, there we go. That's better. I don't know why you're making that face. No more ad now. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Oh, little green Enix. The end. That's so cute. Aw. Okay. And then as soon as you start it up, it's in the same key, so it's as though the same song just continues your journey. And so canonically, if I remember correctly at this point, the child of the descendant of Erdrick and Gwaelin ends up being the ruler of another country, which no, it's like four, because there's multiple kingdoms at that point. I don't know. Maybe we'll just launch Dragon Quest 2. Kind of tempted to, but I'm still trying to find the armor of Erdrick in my art inventory. So bear with me. It shall be worth it. I assure thee. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, This is now a soft lock at the end. Oh, that makes sense. I'm sorry, I'm now in my third manual, and I found my custom armor schematics and designs from back when I planned on doing blacksmithing. Is that is this it? Nope, that's a different one. So many suits of armor. Did a lot of design work for a minute. Oh, I want that sword still. Okay. What did... Where did I do this? Il Marto, the sword, the Kingdom of Polaris, some axes that I was designing for the Ren Fair, an acrylic pour that inspired me to draw 4 different painting or illustrations from the shapes implied by the painting when faced at the 4 cardinal directions. No, I'm not crazy, you're crazy. A Draconian space marine in an astronaut suit, Realgestech armor. What if a Draconian wore a hat? Would they wear it like this or this? More of trying to figure out the logistics of hats on people with horns, which I never really did figure out. I just kind of did stuff. Okay, so is it not in this? Wait, what's this? Oh, hey. Artwork from ex-spouse. Didn't expect to find that today. What? No! I am dropping sketchbooks. We've hit an interesting point in life. Hello, everyone. Hello all the new viewers that just dropped in while I am losing my mind trying to find a specific sketch that I did of the armor of Erdrick about, shoot, 6 or 7 years ago now? Oh, how... Has it been that long? Oh, I think I may have actually found the correct sketchbook this time. I just have to, again, go through all these pages of various swords and armor and be like, no, that's the one. No, wait, that's the one. No, wait, that's the one. But we are here. We have found it, and it includes that silly helmet, which sometimes has an iron cane, which is the little mouse guard on the front, and sometimes it doesn't. Also, I just realized this image is so old. It has like concentrate that dripped on it, and so it's like this random brown smear. My poor sketchbooks. My poor sketchbooks. They're so old and dilapidated. But we're gonna snap a photo of this. Oh wait, no, I'm not gonna risk that. I was very tempted for just half a second to simply turn on my webcam. Yeah, that seems like a brilliant idea, Miss VTuber. What am I hearing outside? Okay. So, for those that are already members on the Discord, this will be very easily viewable right away. I just have to figure out where I want to put it. Let's do an art for the sake of art, even though this is also just as easily going to go into gaming. And what I'm going to try and do, I can't guarantee that I'm going to do this right, but I do believe I know how to just throw this into OBS real quick. So, let's see here, this is this button, and go over here, art for the sake of art, snag this, save image, desktop, sure. Yeah, save it as that. I don't even care. And then OBS. Background. Desktop. This one. Okay. Ooh, that went crunch. One sec. What an awful way for me to show this. Plop. Oh no. Okay, yeah, grab the background again. So yeah, at one point, oh, of course, it's not gonna give me a live view of this in any way. No, it's gonna make me have to make myself go out of the way. Okay, hold on. Virtual puppy, disappoof. And we'll go back to the background here, because this is a vertical image, so that extra does not help right now with this. But the crest of Erdrick, the actual like crest as defined later in Dragon Quest VIII, and I believe originally like started to be solidified in Dragon Quest VI for the SNES. This is the shape that they went with, and on that sword specifically as well. Let's see, again, zoom in. Wow. That is the sword of Erdrick as it is drawn. This is Roto, or Loto, or Erdrick, or Warrior of Light, depending on which localization and which year you're looking at of the game on the shield. The runes right across the top there. And then, let's see, I grab over here. I don't quite remember what's up with the thing on the chest. I legitimately don't. But this is a stylized, somewhere between Metzen and Akira Toriyama style piece of art that, yeah, something about 3 or 4 years before I started getting into doing digital art again. Let's go ahead and put this back as the previous background that we were running, because I really enjoyed that little castle. Maybe not that way, but hit that, and let's put the green glow dog back too. Okay. Oh wait, I also need to put the emulator back. We're having a great time here, aren't we? Aren't we? Okay, do I actually want to play, Do I actually want to play Dragon Warrior 2 right now? Yes, yes, Filton. I drew that piece of art. The sketchbook piece there, that was my artwork. And that's if you look at the suit of armor I'm wearing right now, it is also heavily inspired in the same manner. That is why I made it the way I did. I grew up with Dragon Quest. This is my first ever RPG series. Like before I got into Star Ocean, before I got into Final Fantasy. So yeah, a little bit of a commemorative celebration of actually beating Dragon Quest for the first time in my life. Today, after 35 years, after, let's see here, in this case, after 33 years of attempting to play the game, because I played the game before I had a comprehension of numbers, before I had a comprehension of letters. 33 years. And we beat it today. We beat it today. It feels really good. Okay, so yes, thank you, Dragon Warrior. Delightful game. Little much right now. Let's do something a bit more arcadey. And let me go ahead and adjust the stream title as well. Oh wow, this is Gradius 1 Gradius. Don't worry, there will be music. I'll grab this over here. Hello? Game? Reset, I guess? Resume? There we go. Oh no. Oh no. I'm doing very badly. No! Oh. Hold on. Let me get my sketchbooks out of my lap and we'll make an actual attempt at this. Oh geez. Yeah, we are throwing artwork now. Let's properly get this put away. I've been holding on to some of these for quite some time, and I do what I can to try and keep them safe, but they get shown off, and they get pulled out from time to time, and sometimes bad things happen, and that's why I want to make certain they get stored correctly. Oh, okay. I also have notifications coming in from Steam, notifications coming in from Instagram. We're sitting in hmm. A chunk of me is tempted to do a thing. First of all, game video. Is it that I need to? No, no, that isn't helping either. Well, actually, that does help. Okay. Game. Reset. Resume. Wait, where's my laser noises? There we go. Laser, very powerful. And so is missile, honestly. Option. It's so funny saying it out loud, because, like, that's a thing in the whole series of games later, but not at this point. They didn't add voices yet because that wasn't even a thing they could do technologically yet. Do I want a second option? Ooh, looks like we're gonna not get a choice to not, so option it is. Okay. A literal damage filter to see if you can defend yourself. So who here is familiar with the Gradius series, or shmups in general? I've been playing I've been playing shmups, actually longer than I've been playing RPGs, because again, access to very, very early consoles, and part of that included games like Galaga and Gradius. Trying to think of what else it was that I played a lot of. We got a front shield. Very nice. Oh no, I shouldn't have grabbed that. There we go. Again, damage scrubbing. How well can you hold up? Woo! Hello. Early Gradius bosses are something else. Feels like you have to be like right up in their face to really do any damage. Oh no! Well. Hmm. Well, that's a problem. Well, might be the end of this run. No. Oh, I forgot to grab a speed up. Ah, game over. All right. Do I have the second one? I do. Ooh, fancy. I guess let's adjust that. That's the option is Gradius 2 or Nemesis 2, so I guess this is Nemesis. Hmm. Is Nemesis the same as Gradius? I don't know. Speed up. Glad gauge. Cute. Oh, let's try that again. What? Are we looking at dynamic enemies here? Of course, of course, of course. Game over right at the beginning. Let's try this again. Doing very badly. Ah! Doing very badly. You gotta be kidding me. Glad gauge. Ah! Okay. Ugh. I think I'm noticing a thing here. Being more picky about when to go full tilt on the blasters seems to make a difference here. Also, this really makes me want to play Gradius 4 for the PS1. Missile? That's a weird looking missile. Oh, whoa, what? What? PS1's nostalgic to you? Let's try that again from the beginning. Okay, so that was the piercing laser. Let's try the one with the ripple laser. We got double or double with tail gun and two-way missile. We're gonna do the photon torpedo focusing on downward. Ah! Got it. Dang. I really didn't want double, but I guess we're gonna do that. I remember that noise from Contra. So the name of this track is Burning Heat. And it oh no! It ended up being one of the big hit tracks for Dance Dance Revolution DDR Max 2, I want to say. And it's the song that got me into DDR because I love Gradius so much. Hmm. Well, did not see that thing coming. Ah, come on. Bum bum ba da 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 da. Yeah, I'm thinking that the enemies may actually have dynamic programming on their when and where they go, the ways they do. Ah, option. Definitely need to go for missile. No, we need to go for shield, honestly. Also, it's interesting that it allows me to reselect laser. Shouldn't be doing that. The ability to take out these dragons is also very something. Alright, we got force field. I don't think I can destroy these in this version, but you can in the PS2 version. I think it's Gradius 5. Well, what? Wow. No. Okay. I just got the tar kicked out of me for that one. Let's see. We going heavy variety. That sound though. I heard that sound and I'm like, all right, I need to. Yep. Oh. I remember every one of these sounds so distinctly. Hello. Yikes. Okay. Huh. Spread shot. Best gun of the game. Well, laser's pretty good too. Mother. That starts me here. Oh, I could have got a power up from that guy. What? That still hit me? My hitbox is terrible. I get that I'm a chunk of meat here, but what the heck? Mowed down by everything. Hmm. Dang. Oh. Ba-ba-ba-bum. It's funny that I still remember all that. What else we got? What else did I snag? Just a few of the classics, you know. You know how it goes. All these old games you never played. I was gonna say, these are a lot older than PS1. Yeah, this right here is the beginning of a huge genre. This is the very first Metroid ever for the original NES. And again, one of my first, because I grew up with the original NES. It was a year older than I was. The original one, you could shoot up or you could shoot forward. That's it. No diagonal, no down. There's no way to target those yet. Now this room formation here might be somewhat familiar to a lot of folks that have played later Metroid games. That is because they consistently make references back to some of the original map on Zebus. And in fact, a lot of these tunnels actually remain consistent, including the location and placement of platforms and enemies from one game to the next. They tried to make it so that when you went from Metroid to Super Metroid, that your memory of this map actually made sense. But they expanded on it in a way that also made sense with the destruction of the planet itself, or at least of the space pirate base here. I should probably actually farm some health here. I'm trying to remember where I get the first missile at. Oh right, I have to get the long beam first. Oh, nope. Long beam requires the missile. Got it. Oh. I should get a copy of Demon Sword. That'd be a fun one to... That and like Snake Rattle and Roll. I should honestly go through and snag the ones that I have all of my original cartridges of. Because I've got a bunch of them still. This is a good spot to actually farm health. Sam's got that machine gun arm. Ah! Everything in here is so floaty, including myself. Okay, I think this is... yeah. Ah! Hello. Hello. I don't remember any of your names, other than the fact that you're Zebesians. But only in the sense that, like, you live on Zebes. No! Oh. The iframes on this are absurd. Well, uh, can't get in there yet. I don't think, at least. No, not. No, 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 no. I don't remember how to save. I don't think there are save rooms. That's the top of that. Hmm. The attack power on this is so weak. Needs me that missile. Hey there, Nine Gosling. Welcome back. We jamming. We jamming in power armor. Oh wow, the natural lag. Energy tank. Very nice. Aw. I need to adjust that one because it's supposed to play a lot more of that intro. But thank you so much for the gift sub. Cobra, enjoy the emotes. Wolf nip. Oh, okay. Well, if we're gonna wolf nip, we're gonna turn on No Slots Head Empty, because that's a legit redeem right there. Do, 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 do. Okay. And Nine Gosling, next time that I'm dinking around in like various graphics editing software, please remind me to actually create a graphic for the Wolf Nip redeem, please. Also, we should probably green screen something over at the person that makes the Snoop Dogg avatars in VR chat. I cannot remember the name of that world, but that place, because they got props. You know the one. All right. So tonight we are running some Biochem. Extra frosty. It's had some time to cure. Smells delicious. And Twitch, I remind you, I am a medical cannabis patient living in Colorado. So, totally legal where I am. Even if you are under the age of 18. If you're a medical patient, you're a medical patient. I needed to pre-roll a thing and I did not earlier, so we're just doing this on the fly as we go. Should also consider maybe changing the avatar. I don't know. I like this one. I like the armor. It's good for like classic gaming. Ooh, 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 ooh. You know what? You know, it'd be a fun comparison. I have somewhere amidst my things a copy of Super Ghosts and Goblins, but I also have a copy of the game by Retrobit Studios that I've been. Or it might be Pixel Heart. I think it was Pixel Heart that did it. But it's a love letter to the series. Also, I think I just destroyed my last rolling paper. Oh no. Please stay together. Let's see here. Steam, where'd you go? Steam? No? Uh-oh. Okay. What is that one called? It's not under Super Ghosts and Goblins, so it's not going to be a search by name. Let's do category, multiplayer. Skullgirls, no. Phantom Breaker, no. Never Alone, no. Wait a sec. Do I also just not have it categorized correctly either? Why do I do this to myself? 92 uncategorized. Enchanted Cave, that was a fun one. Perfect Tower. I legitimately cannot remember what this game is called. Is it under side scrollers? Is that where I stuck? Curses and Chaos. Who made this? Who made Curses and Chaos? Because it is supposed to be a love letter to Super Ghosts and Goblins. Mixed reviews? Why? This is from Tribute Games. Also, hello, music? Oh, gotcha. Despite the name, this isn't a tribute to Ghosts and Goblins in anything but the pixel art style and insane difficulty. It's a brawler, with every level being just one screen with waves upon waves of enemies. Moveset is limited, but enough to create a fast and furious gameplay that needs to make split-second decisions, where a difference between a jump kick and an uppercut could be the difference between winning and losing. Expect a rage quit. Ooh. I mean, I've definitely swapped games a number of times tonight for simply not having the attention span or dexterity necessary to maintain ongoing gameplay on those, which is part of why we were doing the No Thoughts Head Empty today. And this is not No Thoughts Head Empty music. What is this? This also isn't. What? Cheers, fam. I hope you're able to imbibe along whether this is smoking, vaping, or dabbing, tinctures, edibles, tonics, yourselves. Okay, that's more my speed. Thank you, playlist. I appreciate you. Alright. Oh, whoosh. Okay. Wait. Oh, I should not have left it like that. I just left it unpaused. Those weird flying crocodile face things could absolutely chew me up if I don't keep my eyes open. Or pause the game when I alt-tab. This is another laboratory, which I think is also locked. Well, I don't remember the map quite as well as I would hope. Hmm. Did I go the wrong way? Because it's looking like I did. It's really looking like I did. Also, thank you, Ryan Gosling, for the Wolf Nip Redeem. Helps out quite a bit. When the brain running way too fast, helps slow me down. I don't know. My brain is still processing like everything that we just went through in Signalis. It feels like we went through a combination of like marriage and death of a spouse. Metroid Fusion, you have permanently broken my brain about this area. Same goes for Metroid Fusion, or Zero Mission. This is a fun contrast too to the original, or to the original. This is the original. Fun contrast though to modern versions. All right, here we go. This is what we were trying to get to be able to open all those red doors. So now we have to run back. You'll note that there's also a phenomenon that as a kid I would refer to as natural lag, where the processing of the cartridge itself, regardless of whether it's an emulation or on the original console, will begin to bog down if there are enough assets on the screen at once. And this can be usually achieved in a lot of older games by simply spamming the fire button as fast as you can. And this is also why a lot of games would give you a limit on the number of shots that could be on screen at once. In the case of Metroid, on average it's 4. In some cases 5, which is a little interesting to me. In this case, it's 3. What this also means is that the closer you are to something, the faster you can do damage to it. My joint keeps going out on me. Okay, time to go open some red doors. Such a good sound. This isn't it. We need something else to do this. Also, it is totally possible and always has been to accidentally trap one of those weird flying alligator mouth things in the air with you as you're going through a doorway, in which case it will bite you, you will take damage, and it is totally possible to die while transiting from one room to the next in this game. That was bad. That was very bad. Whew. I got baited. I got baited by the lava. No. Hmm. Oh, it despawned, didn't it? Nope. That was very cocky of me. Should not be able to do what I just did, but that auto fire is something else, isn't it? Color palettes look familiar, anybody? Really? Got iframes against the healing pickup? What is this? You know what sucks about this? No map. No map. No map. Okay. So we're still in Brinstar. What? Yeah, I was mic mute. Yes. Hello, Koi. Hi, hi. I was coughing. We had a wolf nip redeem, so puppy be coughing. We beat Dragon Quest for the first time in 33 years of playing the game. I finally beat Dragon Quest 1. And then we played a couple other games and I kept getting my butt kicked. So we went back to one that I'm at least halfway decent at, so Metroid 1. Is Ice Beam hidden here? I'm like inside my internal mapping, I'm still going through like where's Meridia, where is We only have Turian and Brinstar. I don't even know if Crateria is a place in this version of the game. Hope your day's been okay, Koi. Nice weather, good. I was telling Milky Taro that you were working on getting that VC face stuff set up. And they're like, oh, cool, the fish. And I'm like, yeah, the fish, the mask one. And they're like, huh? I don't think they've ever actually seen your mask avatar in VR because I don't know if they've ever actually seen you in VR. Did I just get the ice beam without the long beam? I did. Masculine. The Giga Chad with fins. Oh, that's a noise. Ow. Oh. Uh-oh. It was cute though, because like the first thing that they thought of was you using, oh no, did I just go where I shouldn't have gone? I may have. Let's see. Was the Koya. No. I'm gonna get killed by blocks. You gotta be kidding me. Was out to buy some bread. Nice. I should get some, like, nice French bread going. Or even go buy some. And then what I've been really craving lately, especially as, like, it's been raining here a lot more, is, some Red Bull soup. No. How did I manage to skip the long beam? No! You know what? I'm going this way. It's safer. Wow, I'm not getting that timing at all. Hmm. No! You know what? I don't even think there's a thing there, so I'm just not going to. Okay, so from over here, we already got the various suit. We got bomb. We got ice beam. Why is it that I know criteria so well and then immediately just forget how to get anywhere else? Just gonna vary a ball around. It's so much faster. Okay, this should take us down to Kraid, which is technically Brinstar. It's all these spots here where it's like, you can unlock this if you have the speed boost. No, you can't. That's not even in this game. Dang it. Sorry, I'm looking for another one of the energy tanks, and I don't know if it even exists in Metroid 1 or if it's a Metroid 2 thing or Metroid 3 thing. And then later retroactively added back into the game in Zero Mission, which is a retelling of the first game with an added post-game chapter. Dang it. Is this Norfair? The enemy looks so cool here. Wow, that thing could stand up to bombs. That makes these very, very strong. Chozo bombs are pretty heavily volatile and extremely high explosive for how small of an area they are, and the fact that they're generated primarily via energy. Okay, so blue are the weak ones, white are the strong ones in this area. Yellow. Blue and yellow. Thank you. The one thing that sucks about the ice beam is that while it is stronger than the original beam, it also takes longer to kill any enemies. Rocket bird. I guess it is a lobster. It's the original rocket lobster. That's cute. So in order to get the high jump, you have to have the ice beam here. That's interesting. Oh, hey, 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 hey! Ugh. Alright, what do we find here? Wait, what is this? What? Huh? I'm a little confused. Is the wave beam as far as I know, the wave beam doesn't exist, the charge beam doesn't exist, the plasma beam doesn't exist. It's just long and ice. So what did I just pick up? Hold, hold, was it space jump? No, it appears to be a beam. What was that? Metroid 1 beams. More fault, missile tank, long beam, energy tank, bomb, ice beam, high jump, screw attack, wave beam. Fire a series of energy balls that fly in a wavy pattern. The pattern of the shots can greatly help in destroying smaller enemies. That is the room I'm standing in, isn't it? It looked green, though. Why did it look green when I picked it up? That made it look like the plasma beam, and that's why I got confused. Oh no. Wait, what? False lava? Ah, it's on that side. Alright. That tells me that there's no save points. There's no save points. There's no point in me trying to be like, oh no, I'll go find the save point first. Just go. Wait, what? I'm so confused. I have no idea what's up with that room. Is this room again? It's not this room again, it's just this room. Let's go see what's in this room then. That really had to take that long? Like, really? Huh? Huh. Some more missiles. Ow. Dang it. What? Oh, yeah, well. Hmm. I took us here. So I'm guessing the ice beam overrides the wave beam? I don't know what happened there, because it seems like that should have changed the sprite for the thing. What's this room then? This is where I came from to get here. So the one below it would be new territory for me, and also let's look over there too. Huh? Hmm. That alone has my interest. How far down does this go? Also, this is a known issue in this game known as bomb scanning. Due to a lack of accessibility of being able to tell... Is this looping? No. Due to not being able to tell in any coherent way where a secret would be in this game, players would commonly find themselves bombing everything. Bombing every single individual pixel, looking for any kind of secret. And so later versions of the game added in some form of like X-ray or scanner option. It's just item. It's so high. Dragoon? Or are you Dragomar? I can't remember what you're called. Thank you for the boost. Ooh. New zone. This is also why later versions of the game added in the energy tank refills and weapons refills. Because this takes a while. And yes, it is doable. And while they do leave areas like this available in later games, in some cases it is just easier and less maddening to be able to just continue on your way. But this does also make it feel like you've earned the ability to have those 2 energy tanks full. Alright, close enough. Let's go. Immediately runs into enemies. Cool. Handy. Hmm. Let it be known that I have no idea where I'm going. I'm just kind of estimating as I go. No way. I just got the screw attack? Already? Nice. Red versions of this, huh? Well, this has been fun, and I'm slowly going wild. There are better versions of this game, like specifically this exact story. There are better versions of this game. So let's see about playing one of those instead if we're going to actually do this. Also, I need to take a break. I need to get up and stretch my legs. I need to refill my water. I need to walk around a little bit and probably grab a snack. I would recommend you folks do the same because we've been running now for about 3.5 hours and it's about that time. So we'll be right back and we'll leave you with the fun super jazzy jams. Do, 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 do. Well, I'm back. Kinda. I would like to eat my thing. I don't want to do React content. This is also way too hot for me to handle. Holy cow. You can stay there for a moment. Yikes. Thank you, Vilton. Uh, alright, we're gonna let that just literally chill out for a moment. And let's see here. We're at the 3 hour mark. Almost 4. What do we want to do? What do? Do what do? No. No what? No eating it while it's hot? I'm hungry. I'm a hungry puppy. Or are you saying oh, no me? Well, I mean, I'm here, but I'm not. Like I said, I'm here, but I'm not. This looks terrifying and haunting. What is? Oh, my webcam fell. Like, what happened here? Ooh, whoa, I'm back. Kinda. I think I'm good on Metroid 1. As fun as this was, we'll have to consider coming back to it. We got Dragon Warrior 1, 2, 3, 4, Gradius, Metroid 1 and 2, but it's not. How? Huh? Okay, this has my curiosity. Could not load. Oh, okay. I had a feeling that wasn't gonna load. Alright. Let's try something else. I have ideas. Also, let's get rid of that be right back text. Since obviously I'm here. Kind of. Kind of here. I'm kind of here. I'm kind of here, everyone. I'm kind of here. Let's see here. Go to this button, go to this button, go to this button, hit this button. And let's see what I want to do. I want something that can. What is this music? What does this do? What does what do? Wolf nip. Uh-oh. Well, cheers. What does it do? It makes me cough. But it also also makes me a lot less anxious. So thank you for the reminder. Oh God. uh, I swear I'm alive. I swear. Hmm. Hmm. I have a lot of parked ideas for games to play as like things to do for storyline purposes, but again, I want to eat my food. I don't want to be reading right now. And that leads me to the idea that maybe I do need to just either no. No. I don't want to do React content. I just don't. Currently scrolling through my games list. Bear with me. Hmm. What do I have for horror games? Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, Outlast, Lifeless Planet. That's something I should do at some point. Kolat, which was kind of weird. How do I have 6 hours in Kolat, but I haven't beaten it? We got a couple board game options. And 4X options. You to share the pain of Into the Radius. Consider it for the future. Is Into the Radius the VR one? Yes. I don't own it. Just converted Koya now. Congrats. Good job. It's really satisfying getting additional models put in place to be able to swap back and forth for this. Like, the second that I figure out how to do proper integration and stuff, I will absolutely throw in redeems for you folks to be able to swap the avatar outfits. So I'm willing to play Into the Radius. I don't remember if that was multiplayer or not. It is VR horror, and it is against shadow demons, I think. Which no multiplayer. Okay. I've seen another streamer play it, and their ramblings on it were entertaining. I could imagine my reactions to things in the game being entertaining, but at least in that one, it's like those are legitimately things trying to attack you versus the way that the constructs are in Bone Labs. Like, feels wrong attacking the soulless constructs in that one. I don't know. I would be willing to play it. It's not something that like I would necessarily go out of my way to purchase on my own, but I'd be interested in trying it out at some point. God, I need to do more VR gaming in general, to be honest. Like, ooh, wait a sec. So we were having some issues before with doing some VR gaming because of graphics card. And because of memory. Graphics card has been helped out as far as I can for now until I can like come up with a more permanent or even like impermanent cooling solution. But we'll figure that. That's a next year thing kind of. This is running RTX 3090, but it's a 3090 mobile. It's a laptop. Maybe a 3060. Hold on. I mean, DX Diag. What do we have here? Somebody else just asked me this earlier today, and I had to go look it up as well. RTX 3060. My apologies. But yeah, I was running into a limitation of the graphics card was actually overheating. And it was because I had set up my laptop on top of a surface where the intake was actually being blocked, and I wasn't aware. So a lot of the chugging and issues that we were having with Diablo 4 may also have been because of that, and we might actually have to go play more Diablo 4 if that was the case. Yeah. Yeah, it was a problem. But the other part of that being, I'm only running 16 gigs of onboard RAM, and sitting right in front of me is the 64 gig upgrade. So that's my project for tomorrow morning when I get up, say hi to chat, and then drop off the face of the internet while I go do hardware upgrades and hope I don't break things. Limit with the VRAM of the GPU? No, so far, I haven't hit any limits on that. My limits have been thermal and just outright running out of RAM. Like we're hitting other thresholds long before hitting the GPU's limitations, and so I'm slowly chipping away at those limitations, and this is going to be a big one, thankfully. We also recently went and got brand new router that runs on the 6E band, which I found out the Quest 2 can't even support, but the Quest 3 most likely will. So, making certain that we are forward compatible with an upcoming generation of hardware as well, because I intend on getting the Quest 3 as basically at launch. Whatever deal is available there, I'm going to be trying to snap that one up as quick as possible because I've been kind of waiting for that hardware upgrade for a minute. And like with or without running it in I should probably change this to just chatting at this point. With or without desktop VR, like I've been waiting for a much better processor for mobile VR for quite some time. Wow. But it's not one of those things that I can just like readily start going for like the latest and greatest hardware. I'm still just a housewife. I don't make money off of this. So I've managed to skirt by quite a bit by doing like all of my art assets myself, but like there are limitations to being able to make money just appear. But as I've been like saving what I can and been doing it for a minute, we've now got enough actually set aside to be able to get the Quest 3 when it comes out and hopefully pick up some of the other aftermarket accessories that should be available by then, like top strap, head support, and having like maybe an external battery pack, extended wires, that kind of deal. But not even entirely sure on everything that's going to be. Yeah, Quest 3's looking pretty interesting. My hope is that a month before it releases, they don't decide to announce that they're gutting a bunch of the hardware. Oh, the controllers look not great, but the Quest Pro controllers look not great too. Like, I want something that's more robust, not less. And the Quest Pro or the Quest Touch controllers, the original rings on top deal, those actually give the controller itself a lot more durability and resilience. If you drop that thing face down on the joystick, you are going to destroy the joystick. And the same thing is going to go for like the Pro controller and the Quest 3 controller. But in this case, you won't have the sensor ring to give it that extra like buffer of space. So I'm not sure what they're gonna do for skeletalized options. And maybe it's the idea that they're going for is that the top of the controller shouldn't be facing that much further outside of where your hand is. But then you're gonna be bashing into other stuff with your hands while you're wearing a controller. And I don't know, when I started doing VR, I actually did like go grab a set of weightlifting gloves because my hands don't fit the original Quest controllers. I have very small hands. And the solution that we ended up coming up with was to make the controllers even bigger by adding like a pistol grip thing to it with a dog bone external hand strap so that you can do open palm functionality. I I'm not sure how that kind of shell will be able to attach to the Pro controller or to the Q3 controller because it the current version straps to the top of the ring, like weird lingerie with Velcro. And there's no way to do that with the other version that I can think of just yet. It's going to be like a hard cap or two snap together pieces or something, like the way that one would do an OtterBox for a cell phone is the way that I'd imagine I would want to engineer something like that if I were to like 3D print my own case. You have eye track. Koi, how do you have eye tracking? What are you doing to get eye? Is that like in the they labeled it gaze. Hold up. Now I'm like gaze strength. I have mine set to being able to look around. but I think that I do know what you're talking about now. Let me settings. Oh, I can't read this. Expression? Watch the video with a 3D printed headset. Both settings, general, sensitivity, and strengths. Gaze strengths. Okay. Set to max. Okay. That's that's gaze strengths. Blink sensitivity, focal length, eyebrow sensitivity, lip sync smoothing, mouth sensitivity, arm angle, shoulder, body, neck, wind, tracking loss, and expression. No, that's what I'm saying. There is no gaze sensitivity slider. There is focal length, blink sensitivity, blink smoothing, look down, gaze strength, eyebrow sensitivity, lip sync smoothing, lip sync audio overdrive, mouth sensitivity, mouth smoothing, mouth size reduction, arm angle, shoulder stiffness, body stiffness, neck stiffness, wind direction, wind strength, wind time factor, tracking loss timeout, tracking loss transition, and expression stabilizer. I would say toss a YouTube link in my DMs. You're more likely to like have me actually remember to watch them that way. Alternatively, throwing them into the Discord would also really work really well. And I want to note that this outfit looks perfect with the lighting on this background. Like I didn't even think about putting these two together, but this works. I like it. I need to find more old NES RPGs that I could play. Bedtime for Ryan Gosling. Alright. Have a good night, Melon Puppy. That's whack. Both gaze strength and gaze strengths are sliders that should be below look down sensitivity. I have look down threshold. What version are you running? Because I'm on 11338C beta. Interesting. I'll have to mess with those. I'll have to also like look into whether or not I'm just like not running the correct version, or if that's something that was available in an older version that's since been removed. I don't know. Let's see. Q3 not beta. Look down threshold. Just below that. General. Look down threshold. Goes to gaze strength, then eyebrow strength, then eyebrow sensitivity. Current version is 1.13.38C, and then it's not actually a B, it's the B with a line under it. Like vertical line sticking down. I'm getting DMs. Must be a version difference, not a beta. That's what I'm thinking. Or like a fork or something, I don't know. Let's see. I'm of the mood to do some Kingdom. Also, I think my food has finally cooled off here. It has finally cooled off to a point where it is no longer appetizing. We are doing so well tonight with feeding ourselves. Puppy. Yours is Q3. I have no idea where the Q3 goes in place there to the rest of that version. Q. Half Minute Hero was one that I was considering getting installed later. I just don't have it on right. What do I have in my other emulators? Email. Super Metroid. Nothing yet under Genesis. Gradius Galaxies. Gradius Generations. Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. Circle the Moon. Metroid Fusion. Shining Soul 1 and 2. Shining Force. Guilty Gear X Advance. Oh, okay, in the window title. Yeah, Q3 shows it on mine too. No idea. Yeah, no idea. I have no idea. I have upset the machine gods. That's all I can say. Ooh, tower defense game. Where you end up becoming an interested spectator over time. Still currently scrolling through my games list here and finding out what I would want to run. And I don't want to fall back on some of the ones that I was playing for a minute there, like Peglin. Good game. Like, legitimately good game. Just, I think I've had my fill of it for quite some time. What is Chromia? Was that another... Oh, that's a shoot 'em up. Okay. Of course, that's in my shmup section. I should have just looked at that. Hey, what? Hello? Wow, that is loud. Okay, let's turn that down. Bop, 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 bop. Kami. Turn that down. Still loud. That's better. I just don't want to yell over it. Classic puzzles. Wait, there's premium puzzles? What do those consist of? Apparently, I'm in my my red zone in my head right now. Have a good one, Filson. Have a lovely day at work. Stay safe. Safe travels. Yeah, I have no idea why I don't have the sliders. It's a little confusing. Okay, this one is in 3 turns. We'll do green here, red here, and green here. Wow, that Salisbury steak was not good. We ate it. Thankfully, we have nausea meds. Yikes. No work today. All right. Bye. Mouse? There we go. 5 passes. Oh no, this isn't just chatting. Well, you know what? I'm not going to be playing it long enough for that to matter. My brain won't let me just leave that. I have to. I have to change it. I have to change it. I have to. Whoa. There we go. Whoa. What? 3? 3? Okay. Red. No. Not red. Green. No. Wow. Black. Green. Red. Four steps. The fact that there's no music during the actual gameplay is very strange to me. WTF, mate. You're tired as. Yeah, it's probably getting pretty late for you, isn't it? Wait, no. Is it? I don't know. My time zones are all wacky. Have a good lurk, hon. Thank you for hanging out. It's always good to have you hanging out. 4:30 p.m. Okay. I look up and directly, like, out my window, it's just a straight up full moon, which, by the way, hmm. Okay, so this one. There's 4 left and 3 colors. So that's not the solution then. Red is the last layer. Black. How is this done in 4? Black. Green. Yeah, okay. Red. There's the 4. Hmm. It's not it. Oh! Sorry. Nerve issues. Ah. Ongoing body problems. Love it. Love it. My apologies, folks. I don't mean to yelp into your ears. I'm off by 1 on that. What is... Okay. Still put this at 5. Hmm. Four. I got it in 4. I think I may have hit a sleepy point. I may have done it. I may have successfully performed a stream and a sleepy. We beat a game. We beat a game. That is 2 nights in a row that we've beaten a game, folks. Like, we've been on a roll for a minute, and I don't want to, like, jinx that, but we've been kind of tearing it up lately. Yeah. Let's see here. Tomorrow we are likely going to have either a late stream or potentially. I don't want to say we're not going to have one, but quite likely going to be late. We're going to shoot for the 9 p.m. start time as usual, Mountain Standard Time, and I will go ahead and post the links with all the conversions for that on the Discord. And also, if you are not yet a member of the Discord, please feel free to join. Looks like we got Stream Elements posted the link in there as well. And yeah. I might actually start Signals again tomorrow if we're doing a late stream. I don't know. I have no idea how long a speedrun on that's actually going to take. And I have some more deciding to do on what we want to run for our next big storyline deal. Might even do some community votes. So keep your eyes peeled, and we'll see what we have pop up with that. For now, let's go ahead and do a raid. And it looks like... Curiosity is streaming, so let's go ahead and send everybody her way. Who's also doing puzzles and survival. Very nice. Cool. So we'll go ahead and do a green glow dog raid. And thank you everybody for hanging out in the chat tonight. All those that were able to actually participate in saying some silly things, and those who were able to just join in the background. Always appreciate having you around. And everybody else who decides to tune in later on the VODs. I super appreciate every single one of you and all your support. I couldn't do this without all of you. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Thank you all for dropping in. And yeah. See you tomorrow. Sorry, my brain is fried. I am totally toast. You folks have a good night. Thank you very much. Have a lovely wolf nip. Good night.